And we are also having some
budget last year. Members of Parliament, especially those who sit on the budget committee, received priorities from members of Parliament, and they thought that those were the things that affected the people on the grassroots.
Recently, we are considering budget in this committee so that you can see, so that these reports after submitted to the speaker, so that you make a follow-up to these relevant committees, so that before the August House, so that these issues they get more opportunity for debate.
To include in its recommendation this important challenge. So I'm thinking that we should make sure that our report for this year include this specific provision, because it has far-reaching implications on the operations. Caught my attention from page 4 to Article 32. It also says the same.
One of the members was presenting. She highlighted how the executive has sometimes tried to step on the powers of Parliament. And also the Equal Opportunities Commission, I think at some time, your powers were stopped on by Parliament when you tried to inquire about the salaries from Parliament. I think it was Public Service and the Equal Opportunities Commission. And I wanted to inquire whether you fought for your mandate or you had to sit back as you are directed by those that try to oversee what your powers are and your
key equity issues, regional income disparities. I pride for my region, Kigezi. Kigezi used to be a food basket of the country. Can you tell us what went wrong?
We see it as if the existence of the body is not favored by the executive. So I would love to know how often the body interacts with the executive.
You go to the village and you find like a 2-year-old girl or boy asking you what you can offer. Pretend that we are living. Can we now stand and fight corruption?
However, I would like to appeal to you as our allies and the supporters to ensure that we work with your colleagues in the Committee of Equal Opportunity to make sure that the report is presented.
Last time, you have tackled our brains, particularly through this presentation, and I believe you have given us work. Actually, this is work that we are supposed to take up in Parliament, not only in our committees, but also to raise it on the floor of Parliament. I believe you have given us tools, and we shall use these tools to raise these issues.
to use these guidelines. So we have challenges also as the Equal Opportunities Commission, but as I will tell you, from the compliance department, as much as we have challenges, but we are also having some
budget last year. Members of Parliament, especially those who sit on the budget.
I do swear
That the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
touching the matter
that in the matter
before the tribunal
that I do
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
nothing else
nothing else,
than the whole truth.
the whole truth.
So help
right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for making your time to come and listen to yet another very important conversation for the morning, where we'll be looking at the state of equal opportunities, that as we aim for development, we'll be able to have that progressively by having everyone involved. But we do apologize for losing up some time, but I'm kindly requesting that before we get to start, I will request that we go for breakfast. We definitely can start with our high table. Hajat Sophia and the team, I will request that you can get to move for breakfast and the rest of us join. But please feel free to come in with your breakfast, because we want to have working tea, because we've lost out some time, and yet we want to be able to catch up on every conversation that we had prepared for the morning. So let's have breakfast outside, and let's have it working. Get it, and you can be able to come back inside. Thank you so much. All right, good morning once again. This is a cue to those who are hearing me from outside. Please, if you can hear me, I am kindly requesting that we come back. I had asked for us to have working tea so that we can be able to take it up. But it looks like we wanted to enjoy a bit of the fresh air outside. But I'm kindly requesting the ushers to let everyone back in so we can be able to start. We've lost a lot of time, and we wouldn't want to continue in that manner because the media are in elastic time, especially with the kind of assignments for such a period. So I'm going to just request our technical team to get ready with the anthems. We will take on the anthems and the prayer, and then we will definitely be able to get straight into the day's conversation. I hope that with all the time that we had, you now know the neighbor you're seated next to, because we may not go into self-introductions because of time. But I do hope that you at least asked what your neighbor's name is and probably where they're working. And I am just hoping so. So please make sure that you know your neighbor's name. Help him to bring in everyone who is having tea outside. Let them come in and we can in about 3 minutes from now. Once again, everyone who is outside in the tent, please, I am kindly requesting that you get back so that we can be able to start off immediately. Having lost some time, we need to start and engage, so to allow the media the time to be able to get the stories filed and work on many other assignments. So I'll just give it a minute as well as we get everyone back in, and we will be able to start. Thank you. All right, and with that, I hope our technical team is ready with the anthems. Okay, I am kindly requesting that we all stand and sing the national anthem as well as the East African anthem. And I will invite Ms. Layton Chiwanuka after that to give us an opening prayer to kick us off. To the technical team, let's get the anthems. amani tutimize na malengo yetu, jumuiya yetu zote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Let's invite Ms. Layton Chiwanka to give us an opening prayer, hand over the event in the hands of God, and we'll be able to start. Thank you.
Let's humble ourselves and we dedicate this launch to the Lord. Heavenly Father, Lord God Almighty, we gather to give you thanks for the gift of a new day and for our precious lives. God, we seek your wisdom and discernment for all who are present, like the government officials, the members of the Oppotunities Commission, the civil society, development partners, and all the stakeholders. Grant us the clarity to understand the findings and the recommendations outlined in this report, and the courage to address the thematic issues that contribute to inequalities and marginalization. Help us to break down the barriers that divide us and foster a spirit of unity, collaboration, and a mutual respect amidst our rich diversity. May we be a nation known for its mercy, justice, and righteousness. We offer this prayer in faith, trusting that you will guide our efforts to build a more equitable and inclusive Uganda. In your holy name, we have prayed.
Thank you very much, Layton, for that beautiful prayer. We may get seated. Once again, thank you so much for making time to be with us on such a day as busy as the season is. Very interesting conversation that we are going to be able to have, but I always love to say life is a risk itself, and so we always like to prepare for any sort of uncertainty that could happen. And so before we start off, I am going to invite Hotel Africana security team to please just give us a briefing, the areas you might need to know about, just in case. I always love to use that word, just in case, because that is what life is about. 1 minute it's 8 a.m., the next minute it is 10 p.m., so life always comes with uncertainty, but I don't expect that any will be happening. So please come in and let us know what we need to know, Moses.
Thank you so much, moderator. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Here in front of you is Zik Moses, Security Hotel Africana. Thank you for inviting me for security briefing. Before I go further, I'd like to take this chance to welcome all of you to Hotel Africana here. Thank you for choosing Hotel Africana, your conference center. While we're just here, I'd like to tell you the following points, of which you must be aware when you are here. Number one, I would like to request all of you to first register yourself with the organizer at the entrance. Please, anyone who haven't done that, please, after here, I'm requesting you to first go and register yourself with the organizer for security purposes. When you're here inside, please, the first security starts with you. I'm kindly requesting you to take care of your personal belongings, like phones, laptop, and so on, so that we shall back you up, but be the first security to your belongings. Place of inconveniences, in case you need it, exit the outside, take your left, go straight up to extreme end. There is a corridor there, enter that corridor. After entering that corridor, if you're gents, there is also a small corridor on your right, enter that corridor, but for ladies, open that white door. For those of you who are going this side, if you use this side, exit here, take your right, come up to extreme end here, you go straight. You open the white door there also. The first room is for ladies, then gents proceed in front. In case of any fire outbreak, I repeat, in case of any fire outbreak, Here, please, we have two doors here, that one and this one here. This is the exit. You exit here, take your right, run, then slope down. That parking, we shall see from there, or else you can exit here, and then go straight. There is also parking down there, so in case of any fire outbreak. Thank you so much. In case of any sickness, if you're not feeling well, please let the organizer know. They will call us, we shall see what to do. Please, when you are sick, don't die like a sheep, die like a goat. I'm winding up by saying thank you so much for coming here. In front of this notebook, in front of you, they have written the last point there, that come as a guest and leave us as a friends. Thank you so much. I wish you all the best of your time here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Moses. Just in case, please take that one again. Just in case anything happens, you now know how to be able to handle it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming through. I want to say a special thank you to our chairperson of the Equal Opportunities Commission, Honorable Safia Nalei, for coming through. Everyone who came in after her, I think if it were fines, you needed to be paying a bigger fine, but thank you so much. To our vice chairperson as well, who is current in here. Member Habibu, I think, is also part of us, and all the committee members, thank you so much for making time. Civil society is very important. Julius Mukunda from the Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group, and all the other civil society representatives, we want to say a special thank you to you for ensuring that you do get to honor our invite. We have a representative from the Auditor General's report. The audit is always very clear on the state of equal opportunities as well, and a number of issues that are raised in there. Thank you so much for coming through, and we have various officials from our development partners, including the United Nations. We have a representation from the UN Women. We want to say a special thank you to you as well for coming through. We also have a number of other representatives, district representative and political representatives. We have the Chief Administrative Officer of Kabong. Thank you so much for coming through. If you could just wave to us. We have the Buvuma District Health Officer, very important. Thank you for coming, please. We have the Deputy Cow of Sironko. Thank you so much for coming through. I think that is the cow's table. We can officially designate it as that. The cow of Namisindwa is also amidst us. Where are you? If you could just, thank you so much, sir, for making time. And also the District Education Officer of Buvuma. The district is well represented. Thank you so much for making time. And so many others. I'll continue, of course, to recognize the other members who are with us. Because we've lost out a lot of time, we need to go straight into the conversation, but we know how important equal opportunities conversation is, because we not only have national obligations under the Equal Opportunities Act and so many other legislations, we also have a lot of international and legal obligations to pay attention to, including, of course, paying attention to the Sustainable Development Goals. I love the tagline, leaving no one behind. Okay? We leave no one behind when we are dealing with Sustainable Development Goals, among many others, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and so many others. So this conversation is not just the Equal Opportunities Commission coming together and gathering data and then disseminating it. It is a cornerstone of inclusive development, especially now that Uganda is looking at leaping forward into the upper middle income status. Moving from, with our tenfold growth agenda, moving from about 50 billion shillings GDP, where we have 50 billion US dollars, I beg your pardon, to 500. How do we make sure that as we move to that stage, everyone, male, female, young, old, all are involved in the conversations that we are having? That is why such reports are very important in ensuring that they can be able to get used as evidence for planning and decision-making. I would also like to recognize the Vice Chairperson of the Equal Opportunities Commission. As I did clearly say, thank you very much for making time, and all the effort from the team for producing this report that we are going to be listening to. I remember last year, There's a lot of heated conversation on many things, but one of them, especially now that we're dealing with education, it's PLE time, a lot of it was about the salary disparities between the science teachers and the arts teachers. I know it's still a conversation that is going on, but we'll get to see how far we are in that regard and what information the Equal Opportunities Commission has for us. Without any further ado, allow me invite our chairperson, Honorable Safia Nalule-Juko, to give us, to welcome us here and get us through a start officially of this conversation. I'm going to request that we get a microphone and allow that Hajat can be able to come and speak to us. To the technical team, I am kindly requesting that we will create an avenue to ensure that we can get Hajat to speak to us. And of course, at a later stage, as Hajat does come through to speak to us, at a later stage, we will be able to share with you the key findings of this particular report for this year and what it means with the figures, with the statistics, with the information that the Equal Opportunities Commission was able to gather from the field. What is the feeling? What do we need to do better? How do we move forward? That is going to be the conversation of today. And of course, we're going to have a detailed presentation of the findings. Very huge. It has big volume, but we'll be able to squeeze it out in a few minutes, and then the rest of the information we'll share the documentation for us to be able to go through. All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to our chairperson of the Equal Opportunities Commission.
The Honourable Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, Honourable Members of Parliament present today here, representatives of development partners, Commission members of the Equal Opportunities Commission, my colleagues, the permanent secretaries, the representatives of the MDAs, the representatives from local governments, the civil society organizations, representatives of the private sector, our staff of the Equal Opportunities Commission, the media fraternity, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Safia Nalule-Juko. I'm a former National Woman Member of Parliament representing persons with disabilities, but currently I've been appointed by His Excellency the President to chair the Equal Opportunities Commission. And from the audience I can see I have worked with so many of you on issues of gender, equity, equalization of opportunities. And to tell you my heart, I don't tolerate inequalities. I warmly welcome you all and thank you for sparing time to join us for the launch and dissemination workshop of the 12th annual report on the state of equal opportunities in Uganda for the financial year 2024-2025 under the theme Inclusive Service Delivery for Sustainable and Equitable Development. This launch fulfills a key statutory obligation as provided for in Section 24(2) and 3 of the Equal Opportunities Commission Act, Cap 7, which mandates the Commission to publish and disseminate an annual report on the state of equal opportunities in Uganda, signed by the chairperson and addressed to the Speaker of Parliament with a copy to His Excellency the President. Beyond being a legal requirement, this exercise directly relates to the core mandate of the Commission, that is to promote, monitor, evaluate, and ensure that all laws, policies, plans, programs, and practices in both public and private spheres are compliant with equal opportunities and affirmative action in favor of all people, especially the marginalized groups. That is provided for in the Equal Opportunities Commission Act. Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, as a country, we recognize that sustainable and inclusive development cannot be achieved without addressing political, social, and economic inequalities. True progress demands that all citizens, regardless of gender, age, ability, or background, benefit from the fruits of development and actively participate in the processes that shape their lives. This report is aligned to the national and global frameworks, including the international and regional human rights instruments, sustainable development goals, national legislations, National Development Plan 3 and 4, Vision 2040, and the NRM Manifesto. It therefore serves as a critical tool for policymakers to guide equitable planning, budgeting, and implementation. Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, our nation's aspirations to increase the average income of Ugandans, a gospel preached by the head of state, His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, that is to reduce poverty, expand employment, and enhance productivity, will not be realized without deliberate affirmative action for all, especially the marginalized groups. Inclusion is not just a constitutional obligation, it is smart economics. A country that empowers all its citizens is a country that prospers collectively. The 12th annual report, therefore, provides a comprehensive assessment of the state of equal opportunities across various sectors, that is education, health, gender and equity planning and budgeting, reflecting progress made, persisting challenges, and recommendations for improvement. Honorable Minister and dear delegates, this 12th annual report is unique on the theme, that is inclusive service delivery for sustainable and equitable development. We recognize that inclusive service delivery for sustainable and equitable development cannot be real. Inclusive sustainable and equitable development can only be realized with the participation of government and the citizens. And I want to underline that. To replicate these achievements throughout the country for equitable development. But this time we are also calling upon the citizens to play their role. Honorable delegates, you can find that something good has been done maybe in Jinja. Why don't you, maybe somebody, you from Mpigi, why don't you go and benchmark and call upon government to do the same in Mpigi, laid to equalize opportunities? His Excellency the President being #1 champion of affirmative action and inclusion. We have the pro-gender and equity legislations, the structures in place, the programs, and also we have processes like participatory planning and budgeting processes, the participatory planning headed by National Planning Authority, then the participatory budgeting spearheaded by Minister of Finance and the local governments, and specific institutions like the Equal Opportunities Commission, which actually have to annually check on equalization of opportunities and equitable development. This it does through the Gender and Equity Compliance Assessment of all programs, sector plans, and budgets, and thereafter advises the Minister of Finance to issue a certificate of gender and equity compliance to the complying institutions. And without this certificate, Parliament cannot pass a budget of any entity. And this report now, I can say, is very timely. we have just started the national budgeting process. So that's why I'm calling upon all citizens to be active and participate in the budgeting process. To ensure that their needs are included in the national budget, citizens must also endeavor to know which institution of government does what and at what time. It is only when needs are planned and budgeted for that they can be implemented. Citizens should work with the Equal Opportunities Commission to get their needs in the Equal Opportunities Commission vote-specific gender and equity guidelines. The timing is also right because we are soon electing our leaders for the next 5 years to start the implementation of National Development Plan 4. Citizens are called upon to elect capable leaders who can articulate their needs and ensure that these needs are in the national plans and budgets, and leaders who can be held accountable. We must have a citizenry eager to know what is in the National Development Plan, who can contribute to the midterm reviews and move with the transformation agenda of this country. The current transformation agenda is going to be led by the ATMs. That is agriculture, tourism, manufacturing, and service delivery. Citizens must endeavor to know what this agenda is all about and strategize how to participate and benefit. Equal Opportunities Commission, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and other government institutions must play a critical role to educate people on the development opportunities, because people cannot demand for what they don't know. My dear Ugandans, His Excellency the President, President Museveni normally says that government can construct the infrastructure like roads, but people are not going to eat or sleep on the roads. They must get involved into productive activities and use the roads to transport their products. Also, I have a quotation from, this quotation I like so much, from President Obama. He said, if you want change, you should not wait for any other person or any other time. It is you have been waiting for, and the time is now. It is therefore our collective duty now, not tomorrow, to ensure that no Ugandan is left behind in the development process, both of us playing our roles, that is government and the citizens. Allow me at this point to appreciate His Excellency the President for leading, for being #1 champion to lead an inclusive development agenda. The government of Uganda for its unwavering commitment to the principles of equality and inclusion. That is as enshrined in our Constitution and the national policy frameworks. Our sincere gratitude goes to Parliament, particularly the committees of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the Equal Opportunities Committee and the Budget Committee, the League and Parliamentary Affairs Committee, and other committees that have contributed to champion inclusion and social justice. We acknowledge the support of our mother ministry, that is Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and in particular, the person of the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. We acknowledge the support of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Of course, direct appreciation goes to the Minister of Finance and the Permanent Secretary and their staff, and all other ministries, departments and agencies, as well as local governments for their collaboration with the Commission. We further appreciate the valuable support of our development partners, including UN Women, Enable, Global Fund, among others, whose partnership continues to strengthen our work. We acknowledge the contribution of civil society organizations, CSBAC here, academia, and the media for their advocacy, data, and technical collaboration, as well as UBOS, chief administrative officers, and the district local governments for their inputs into the report. Finally, I extend heartfelt appreciation to my fellow Commission members and the staff of Equal Opportunities Commission, headed by Dr. Shaftinasa Mkwaya, for their dedication and professionalism which made this report. The Department of Research, we acknowledge you for spearheading this process. As we launch and disseminate this 12th annual report, I urge all stakeholders to reflect deeply on its findings and use them as a basis for action. Let us remember the words of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, former president of Liberia, a woman, who said, "No nation can claim true development until equality becomes the measure of its progress, and justice the face of its governance." With those remarks, I wish you fruitful deliberations and reaffirm the Commission's commitment to working with all of you in building a Uganda where every citizen enjoys equal access, equal treatment, and equal opportunity. For God and my country, I remain Safia Nanlechu.
Bigger round of applause to our chairperson of the Equal Opportunities Commission. Thank you very much for your very kind and brilliant words, and of course, the call that Hajat Safia did make on empowering all citizens for collective development. The role of the citizen cannot be underestimated. The power of the citizen cannot be underestimated, especially at this point in time. You may think that you only have one vote, but that one vote counts quite a lot in bringing about the change that is much desired, in bringing about the kind of services that the citizen wants. And it's such a timely report, like Hajat Safia said, comes through as we are planning for next year's budget, which is going to be looped into NDP4 and the tenfold growth agenda, meaning that everyone needs to be included in this conversation. And as she did clearly mention, there's been dedicated work coming in from the research team, from monitoring and evaluation team, and we actually want to now understand. We're eager to know what differences come from last year's report and this year's report. What were the key findings of this research that was carried out? And ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Susan Atkunda to take us through what the financial year 2024-25 Equal Opportunities report says about the state of equal opportunities in the country. Let's give her a round of applause. Susan, we are definitely ready to hear from you.
Thank you, moderator. All protocol duly observed. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Susan Atkunda. I'm a principal research officer with the Equal Opportunities Commission, and I'm pleased to present to you highlights of the 12th annual report on the state of equal opportunities in Uganda. To guide our discussion today, my presentation will cover 4 main parts. First, I'll begin with the introduction to set the context. Second, we'll look at the achievements of government in addressing inequalities and promoting equal opportunities. And here we are going to focus on sectors such as health, education, participation in governance structures, infrastructure development, and economic achievements. Third, we are going to explore on what more needs to be done, and here we are going to highlight the responsibilities of both government and citizens. And finally, I'll end with a brief conclusion. Let's begin with the introduction. Over the years, the Equal Opportunities Commission has consistently examined both progress and persistent gaps in promoting equity and inclusion across Uganda's sectors. Dear participants, I want you to agree with me that the EOC reports, that 11 reports we've published, have played a pivotal role in guiding policy reforms and strengthening accountability as per the EOC Act Cap 7. So this year, we take a new and deliberate approach, and this is in alignment with the National Development Direction, including the NDP3, the NRM Manifesto, the minimum deliverables by the President to the honorable members of the Commission, and Uganda's obligations under sustainable development goals. We place deliberate focus on the key achievements the government has made in advancing equal opportunities. And as highlighted earlier on, specifically, we are highlighting the progress in health, education, political participation, infrastructure development, and economic empowerment, recognizing that these priority sectors are central to inclusive growth and national development. And this focus acknowledges that Uganda has registered tangible gains worth celebrating and scaling up, and it also rhymes well with the theme of our report for this year, which is inclusive service delivery for sustainable and equitable development. By highlighting what is working, we seek to reinforce momentum. We encourage shared responsibility, just like the Honorable Chairperson has shared with us, and we want to strengthen collaboration towards a Uganda where every individual has equal opportunity to participate, contribute, and benefit from national development. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the key achievements of the government of Uganda in promoting equal opportunities has been the ratification of conventions and development and implementation of gender and equity legal and policy frameworks. As you can see in the slide above, the government has taken deliberate steps to ensure that laws, policies, and programs address the specific needs of women, men, youth, persons with disabilities, older persons, and all the other vulnerable groups. And this commitment is reflected in the key instruments as shown in the slides above. We have the international regional conventions, we have the national gender and equity responsive legislations, among others. And I want to inform this meeting that these laws have laid the groundwork for real progress in various sectors of Uganda's development. So having established the legislative framework, let us now examine how these policies have translated into tangible achievements across the key sectors. I want to start off with some interesting statistics here. Ladies in this room, are you aware that all factors remaining constant, you will live up to 70 years of age? Yes. And the men will live up to 66.9 years of age. According to the graph above, this was not, I want to inform the meeting that this was not the case in the 1960s. At 46, people would be preparing, unfortunately, to die, as you can see in the graph above. But today, we have the young growing, while the old are not dying. I'm not saying the old should die, but the old are not dying. this progress didn't just happen by chance. The government has heavily invested in improving health care, building and upgrading hospitals, recruiting more health workers, ensuring that medicines reach health centers and take health services closer to our communities. To begin with, we have distribution of national referral hospitals before 1986 and currently. Before the current government, Mulago was Uganda's sole national referral hospital. The expansion to 6, we have had an expansion to 6, and we have Butabika National Referral, we have Kawempe, we have Chirudu, we have Uganda Heart Institute, among others. Ladies and gentlemen, this approach has reduced the burden on Mulago. It has improved nationwide access to advanced treatment and promoted equal opportunities by ensuring that patients receive quality care within the country. Looking at distribution of regional referral hospitals, on my right, as you can see in the picture above, we had Mbarara and Bale were the only regional referral hospitals. And currently, as we speak, as you can see in the map on the left, we have equitable regional distribution of regional referral hospitals across the country. And this has specifically increased equal access to health care for all Ugandans, irrespective of their geographical location, by ensuring that specialized health care is not limited to urban centers, but is also available in the rural and the underserved regions. Looking at the tables above, the NRM government has achieved in extending district hospitals, health center 4s, health center 3s across the country. And as of 2022, a policy was made to ensure that every district has a hospital or a health center for, and currently all districts in the country, apart from Namisindwa district, have a district hospital and a health center for. And still regarding sub-counties, every sub-county should have a health center 3, and currently out of 2,190 sub-counties, we have 2,203 health center 3s. And this is because some sub-counties have more than one health center 3. So by expanding this vital healthcare infrastructure, the government has taken a significant step towards equal opportunities, reducing health disparities between the urban and the rural populations, and ensuring that even the most remote communities can access critical medical care. Regarding human resource, there has been a steady increase in staffing of health workers in Uganda's public health facilities. For example, in 2009, staffing was at 53%, and currently we are at 80%. And this marks a key achievement of the government in strengthening the health sector. Under health service delivery, we have a graph on my right showing progress in reducing HIV/AIDS in the country, and the HIV prevalence rates have reduced from 18% in the 1980s to 5.4% in 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to agree that this is a testament of government success in ensuring equal access to HIV/AIDS interventions. For example, the adoption of the ABC strategy, I'm sure most of us heard about it while growing up, widespread availability of antiretroviral therapy access to free medicine for HIV patients in all health facilities. And this has ensured that all affected Ugandans, including those from marginalized communities, receive life-saving treatment. On my left, we have a graph which is showing significant improvement in maternal health care, and this has led to a reduction in maternal mortality rates. We have fewer number of women dying compared to what it was in the past. Still under health service delivery, we've registered remarkable progress in reduction of infant and child mortality rates in the country. For example, in the year 1969, we had 198 children under 5 dying per 1,000 live births in the country, and currently this number has reduced to 46. Likewise, infant mortality. I want to inform this meeting that these remarkable improvements are a direct result of government's efforts to ensure equitable access to vaccines, enhanced medical care, improved nutrition, which have led to a reduction in preventable diseases such as polio, measles, tuberculosis, among others. Before we proceed, I want all ladies in this room to put up their hands. All of you. The rest men? Okay, thank you. You can put them down. I want this to be participatory. When I say is, you say a lady. Have you understood? When I say is, you say a lady. Ladies and gentlemen, our honorable chief guest, the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development is? Our honorable chairperson is? The moderator is? The presenter is? After this, and they are ladies because of education. After that illustration, we can just see how much the government has worked to ensure equity in the education sector. Let's now take a closer look at some of the key achievements that demonstrate this commitment. Remember a time when someone said university, automatically it meant Makerere. Any tertiary institution, someone would refer to it as Makerere, right? Well, those days are long gone. The government has worked to expand higher education, and as of today, Uganda has many universities across the country as illustrated in the map on the slide, and this has brought opportunities closer to more young people than ever before. Still under university and tertiary education, we've seen the liberalization policy in education. The government has introduced a favorable environment which has enabled emergence of private universities and tertiary institutions such as UCU, Nkumba, Ndeje, among others. And over time, more private universities have been established, significantly expanding access to university and tertiary education across the country. Looking at scholarships for the marginalized groups, the government introduced an affirmative action policy in 2005, which was designed to address regional historical disparities in access to university national merit scholarships. And here I'm talking about the district quota system, which is for all districts in the country. The talented sports scheme, we have the persons with disabilities scheme, And this initiative has been instrumental in promoting equal opportunities for students from all backgrounds, ensuring that those from disadvantaged regions and those from the marginalized groups can access higher education. We have the university loan scheme. You can see the distributions by gender. This loan scheme is also accessible to persons with disability, and I want to say that this still stands out as a major achievement of government in providing access to higher education for many of the marginalized and vulnerable groups, especially the girls, the persons with disabilities, the poor who could not have otherwise been able to afford university and tertiary education if this program was not put in place. The picture above is talking about the 1.5 affirmative action points awarded, the extra points awarded to all female students joining the university. If you can see that small table, it shows the number of students that graduated from Makerere University in 2025. And looking at the female percentage, it is at 53%, and male at 47%. I want to say that the continued implementation of this program for female students joining university has enhanced women's access to higher education, contributing to increased female enrollment in the public universities. We have the Universal Secondary Education Program here regarding secondary education, which is free for all students from Senior 1 to Senior 4. You can see the progress. At introduction, we were at 161, and by 2006, the numbers had increased to 952,643,000. So by providing tuition, free education to all eligible lower secondary students, this program has enabled many young people, both boys and girls, and especially those from disadvantaged backgrounds, to complete their lower secondary education. The government has also expanded school infrastructure. The education policy aims at having one primary school per parish and one secondary school per sub-county. And currently, out of the 10,284 parishes in Uganda, 8,684 have a primary school, that is 84.4%. And out of the 1,487 sub-counties, 1061 have a secondary school at 71.3%. Looking at this picture, persons with disabilities have been considered for education because of the government interventions. For example, inclusive infrastructure development, provision of learning materials in accessible formats, training teachers in inclusive education, among others. We have schools specifically for persons with disabilities, like Mbale School of the Deaf, Uganda School of the Blind in Mbuya. And looking at the enrollment rates, by 2020, enrollment for children with special needs, for example, in primary schools, rose to 60%, up from just 20% in the 1990s. Education is quite a lot. The government has done a lot. We have a universal primary education program, which, looking at the graph in the slide, there is a remarkable increase in enrollment rates. And this program, I want to say, has also significantly reduced gender disparities in education, provided equal opportunities for children from disadvantaged backgrounds, and enabled them to access education to improve their socio-economic outcomes. The literacy rate, as you can see in the map, the literacy rates have increased from 27% in 1990 to 74% currently, and still looking at gender, the males are 76.6 literate, while the females are at 71.6. These achievements highlight the government's commitment to creating a more equitable education system offering all Ugandans, regardless of their socio-economic status, a chance to succeed in life. I want us to take a look at this picture. Take a look at these two pictures. I don't know if they are clear, but the one on the right is one of Uganda's earliest parliaments. Do you notice anything, any difference? Yes. Okay, I'll answer for us. Yes, these were all men. And now on the right, we see the current parliament with both men and women. Dear participants, this isn't just a new photo, it is a symbol of progress. Prior to independence in 1962, governance was largely centralized under colonial administration with limited representation of Ugandans in decision-making structures. And since 1986, under the NRM government, Uganda has pursued inclusive governance through both the movement system, multi-party democracy, among others, as seen in the slide above. So consequently, all the initiatives under political participation in governance structures have translated into measurable achievements reflecting increased inclusivity, broader civic engagement, and enhanced opportunities for all Ugandans to participate in government as shown in the preceding slides. The government implemented affirmative action for women during the 1994 Constituent Assembly, and consequently, the number of women in parliament has increased. I don't know if you can see. This. That was the first parliament. We had only 2 women in parliament. But currently, if you can see on the last row, the number has increased to 188 in the 11th parliament, which is at a percentage of 33.8%. So I want to inform this meeting that this achievement reflects government's efforts to promote inclusiveness and ensure women's active participation in political processes, which has significantly contributed to overall development of the nation without leaving the women behind. Looking at the composition of women in cabinet positions, in 2006, we had only 10 women on cabinet. Currently, we have 38 women on cabinet at a percentage of 45.8%, almost reaching that of the men. So this remarkable progress is also a direct result of government's commitment to women's empowerment and ensuring their active participation in the governance processes. These efforts have undoubtedly contributed to the achievement of inclusive development, allowing women to play a crucial role in shaping policies and decisions that affect the nation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not only women that the government has allowed to participate in the governance processes, but also other vulnerable groups, as seen in the slide above. We have, in 1995, with the adoption of the Constitution of Uganda, the government officially established 5 reserved seats for youth in parliament, later persons with disabilities, and later on in 2020, 5 reserved seats for the older persons. This has ensured that all the vulnerable groups are able to represent their interests and actively participate in legislative processes. Still under the local government councils, as seen in this table, the government has mainstreamed participation of all special interest groups. This has also resulted into effective representation of all the vulnerable in all organs of local government, thereby enhancing their role in decision-making processes. We have multi-party politics. The transition from movement system to a multi-party political dispensation in 2005 marked another milestone in promoting political inclusiveness and diversity. As a result, ladies and gentlemen, the number of registered political parties has grown to 27. Looking at peace and security, since 1986, the government has prioritized peace and security. This has fostered a stable, inclusive environment for over 40 years. Ladies and gentlemen, this stability has significantly enhanced participation in productive activities across all segments of the society, including the most vulnerable groups, such as persons with disabilities, older persons, among others, who wouldn't have been able to ably survive if we had a country with a lot of insecurities. Before we proceed, I want to share a short story with you. Recently, someone close to me was traveling, and this person is so close to the daughter. I stay with this person. He told the daughter, "Can you please charge for me my phone, because we have to keep in touch while I'm away." The daughter ran to charge the phone, but then I noticed we were running late. I told this person, "We are running late, can we go?" The person told me, "We have an express highway and will be able to reach on time." Reaching the airport, can you guess the airline that this person used? And when this person reached their destination, he called the daughter, immediately connected, and was able to speak to the daughter. Ladies and gentlemen, this wouldn't have been possible if the government had not invested in infrastructure development. And the government has made significant strides in the infrastructure sector, for example, including the road network that I talked about, air transport, water transport, expanding access to electricity. This little girl wouldn't have been able to charge the phone if we didn't have access to electricity. Expanding access to communication. If we didn't have communication connections, this little girl wouldn't have been able to speak to this person. I want to say that these achievements have not only enhanced mobility and connectivity, but also contributed to improved livelihoods, reduced poverty, fostered economic growth and development across the country. Let us begin with air transport revival and expansion. The government has revived Uganda Airlines. It has invested in expansion of Entebbe International Airport. We've seen construction of Kabalega International Airport. I think the people from Ministry of Works will confirm this. It is at NAMS, among others. Looking at Uganda Airlines to date, the airline has been able to operate 14 regional routes, and this has enhanced eco-opportunities by improving, one, connectivity, creating jobs for the population, expanding access to regional and international markets for all Ugandans. Still under infrastructure development, over the years, the government has prioritized the expansion of Uganda's road network, growing the kilometer of paved roads from 1,000 kilometers to currently 6,306 kilometers. But the government has also committed to constructing more roads under the NDP4. And this improvement in the road network has ensured that all regions, including the rural and remote areas, are well connected. Still under expansion of the road network, it has also been essential for ensuring equal access to markets, ensuring access to services and opportunities for all Ugandans, particularly those who are in the rural areas and who previously faced challenges of poor infrastructure. Under water transport, the government has commissioned 12 ferries to connect islands across the country, and this has further enhanced connectivity, enabled people living in these areas to access vital services and resources. The routes that are covered are highlighted in the slide above. We've also seen a development in major bridges, which has also helped improve regional and national connectivity. These bridges have been really critical in improving connectivity, enhancing trade, facilitating regional integration, especially in the previously underserved and remote areas. Looking at electricity generation, Uganda was generating 60 megawatts in the 1980s, and currently the country is generating 2058 megawatts. We have those connected to the grid at 22%. Those off-grid are 38%. Off-grid, we mean those who are accessing solar as a form of energy, and generally 60% of the population in the country today is able to access energy. And I want to say that by increasing access to energy, the government is indeed providing equal opportunities for economic development across the country. For example, the rural areas which were historically marginalized in terms of energy infrastructure now have greater access to power for lighting, power for communication, healthcare, industrial activities, fostering economic growth and job creation in these areas. Still under access to energy, the government has embarked on an ambitious nuclear energy development program to diversify its energy mix and meet the growing electricity demand for industrialization and inclusive development. Here, the government plans to generate 24,400 megawatts of nuclear power by 2040, with the first plant to be established in Buyende district. Under communication, the introduction of mobile communications in the late 1990s transformed the communication landscape, and currently we have over 30 million users in this was at 2024. And this expansion has connected remote areas, which has facilitated better communication for businesses, education, healthcare, personal interactions, among others. We also have the percentage of the population subscribed to internet at 53%, and this is way from 1.8. Imagine, from 1.8 in 2010, and currently it has risen to at least 53%. And regarding internet connection, during COVID pandemic, we can see that internet access enabled continuity of education through online lessons for the marginalized students, the vulnerable groups, especially the youth these days, the women, persons with disabilities are able to access job opportunities and online marketplaces. But internet access has also promoted financial inclusion by enabling the vulnerable groups to use mobile banking and digital payments, hence reducing on the geographic barriers. Still under infrastructure development, we've seen disability inclusive planning, marking of parking spaces for the persons with disabilities. We have lifts on buildings, we have ramps on buildings, we have accessible washrooms for persons with disabilities, among others. And I want to say that such measures have made environments more inclusive, allowing persons with disability to move freely, participate in economic and social activities, and access services without many barriers. Ladies and gentlemen, this subsection on economic achievement, this subsection presents some of the economic achievements and programs that have aimed at ensuring equal opportunities for all citizens. We have industrialization as one of the economic achievements. We have industries, including agro-processing, we have manufacturing, we have textiles, we have construction industries, we have mining industries in different parts of the country. These sectors have created jobs for youth, for women, for persons with disabilities, providing income and reducing the poverty rates, as we shall see later on. And because of these industries, we've had the upcoming of small SMEs within the industries. These have offered opportunities for entrepreneurship and economic empowerment for the vulnerable persons, enabling them to participate fully in the community. We have a financial sector liberalization and inclusion. Because of the government's reforms, there are a number of the government has allowed a number of banks, microfinance institutions, digital financial services to operate in the country, and this has improved access to credit, savings, banking services for all persons in Uganda, empowering them and economically and promoting broader financial and social inclusion. We've seen improvements in agriculture, tourism, among others. The government has gone ahead to implement programs to promote inclusive economic opportunities, and some of the programs include Ntandikwa, PRDP, among other programs, but I want us to take a case of the current government flagship program. I want us to take a case of the current government flagship program, the Parish Development Model. Ladies and gentlemen, the PDM was established by the government of Uganda as a last-mile strategy for service delivery to improve the outcomes and welfare of all Ugandans, and by transforming 39% of the households from a subsistence to a money economy. As of today, the program has disbursed over 3.29 trillion and supports more than 10,500 parishes and circles. The PDM has improved inclusion of women, youth, and special groups. As we can see, the women have quotas of about 30%. The PDM the youth have 30%. 10% for persons with disabilities, 10% for the men and the general community, 20% in the mapped parishes. We've seen a transformation of livelihoods, as you will see in the general report. And this program is also equitably rolled out across all regions of the country. Because of all those programs I've highlighted above, overall, we've seen that these government initiatives have resulted into poverty reduction from 56 in 1991 and to 61 and to 16.1% currently. Ladies and gentlemen, like any other country, there is always room for improvement, which Uganda is strongly doing. For example, under health, the Ministry of Health and concerned MDAs should fully equip Health Center 3s, all facilities in all countries, should improve recruitment and retention of health workers because we still have a few gaps. The ministry should strengthen emergency transport, including land and boat ambulances for the people, our people living in the islands, but should also provide inclusive services for persons with disabilities, the youth, the women, among others, to ensure timely, accessible, and quality health care. All these are highlighted in the slide above. Regarding education, the government should ensure that primary schools in every parish and secondary schools in every sub-county, prioritizing high populations and the underserved areas, while strengthening regulations, providing school feeding, and supporting teenage mothers to continue their education. Efforts should also focus on recruiting and fairly deploying teachers, reviewing remuneration for the teachers, investing in inclusive education, enhancing parental engagement, among others. Under political participation, the government should introduce legislative quotas for ethnic minorities, support the vulnerable groups, that is the youth, persons with disabilities, older persons, among others, in local governments through training and mentorship to strengthen representation. Efforts should also expand voter registration, ensure accessible polling stations, simplify the voting processes, and all electoral materials and procedures be made disability-friendly, among others as seen in the slide above. For infrastructure development, the government should continue improving roads, rail, water transport, sanitation, and internet access, especially in the rural areas, while maintaining infrastructure, for example, using private investment and supporting urban services for better living standards. Under the economic sector, government policy should be focused towards creating employment, especially for the youth, targeting at least 500,000 per year, foster inclusive economic growth, and here policies and initiatives should be strengthened to improve access to local, national, international markets for all producers, especially the small-scale farmers, artisans, among others. The government should also strengthen the collaboration between government and private sector to provide more youth internship, apprenticeship, job placement opportunities, among others. But URA should also address the concern of multiple taxation, especially for the small businesses, through simplifying and harmonizing local taxes at district and municipal levels to encourage compliance. Ladies and gentlemen, before I proceed to the last section, I want to say, actually, this is not my saying, it is the Baganda saying. The Baganda say, agali ewamu ge galo menyama. And all these will be achieved if everyone plays their part. For example, what is our responsibility as citizens? We need, this has been shared by the Honorable Chairperson, and maybe to add on just a few, we need to be informed and aware of the opportunities in government programs and projects, especially in the forthcoming NDP, for we need to understand what services government must provide such that we can be able to demand for these services. We need to encourage the elected leaders. We need to hold them accountable. The local leaders, the national leaders, all representatives. Let us hold them accountable through dialogue, petitions, feedback, among others. But we also have a responsibility to promote transparency and accountability in each and everything we do. We also need to work with the Equal Opportunities Commission, especially through the elected representatives, to ensure that the needs of the citizens are in the national plans and budgets. But you and me should also report service delivery issues, report corruption, poor services, absentee workers, misuse of public resources to the authority, among others. And this will only be achieved if everyone plays their part, like I mentioned earlier on, starting with you and me. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I'm reminded of John F. Kennedy's words to the Americans. He said, "Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country." Today, I urge all of us to take this to heart, and not just as individuals, but together to work hand in hand for the equitable development of our nation, ensuring that progress reaches every community, every citizen, and every corner of our land. For God and my country, I thank you.
Atkunda has done a really good job. We should give her a bigger round of applause. I know that the report is much bigger than that, and she's done quite well in terms of managing time and ensuring that we get to have all the information come through. Now, as we get our panel set up ready, it's interesting. I don't know why all of us had some kind of murmurs when Atkunda showed us the two pictures of Parliament. What exactly could have been the problem? What could have been the problem with the two pictures of Parliament? Yeah, of course, there are conversations about numbers. There are conversations about the actual representation itself. And well, we'll be getting into that because we want to get a feel of what it is with regard to this report coming in from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, this being the implementing ministry. I would also like to know from our development partners what they feel about the state of equal opportunities as is and the conversations that have come through. The academia, the civil society perspective, that is very important. One thing I recognize with this year's report is that last year we were mainly looking at gaps, but sometimes you don't need to ask what is wrong without suggesting what has been done right, and also asking how you can be able to do better. So I see a totally different change in this year's report, that we start with where are we? What is the good that has been able to be done? Because sometimes we miss the point when we only focus on the problems. Yes, there are problems, and I normally love to say that every country has its own problems. Every country has its own problems. But do we want to overly emphasize the problems and even forget the good that we do have? Do you want to say that it is all bad, that everything is wrong? How about we also look at the achievements and then we look at how do we get better? If we are saying that we have achieved literacy from 27% to 74%, can't we get that to 90%? Can't we get that to 100% at some particular point in time? The answer is yes. Then the question comes, how then do we get to that literacy level of 90% over 100%. Yes, we have the regional referral hospitals. They're existent. That is true. There could be a challenge of the medicines. How then better do we plan? I think that's the kind of conversation that we need to be holding as we look forward to all having a better country. We want to make Uganda the best, and we always have to look at the weighing scale to balance it. Don't tilt it to the bad only, don't tilt it to the good only, because there is always a middle point which talks about how do we get better. And this is the point where I want to invite our panelists in no particular order. Allow me invite from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Mr. Chitio Richard, who is a Principal Gender Officer. Let's give him a round of applause. Mr. Chitio Richard, how far are we? What do you make of the report? What are the key issues for you that you've been able to pick out? We'll be getting into that conversation. Allow me also invite from our development partners, particularly the UN Women representative, Juliet Nakato Odoi, who is the Coordination and Normative Consultant. Let's give her a round of applause. And also allow me invite Mr. Mugoya Musa, who is a Program Manager at ISA, that's Makerere University. Mr. Mugoya, let's give him a round of applause. At least we have a representation of academia, the government, our development partners. I know that we are also going to be getting a voice of what is coming through, especially with our civil society organizations right there. And of course, we'll also have we'll bring this to the audience. Maybe I normally love to say ladies first, except if there is danger. I'd like to start from Juliet. First of all, a snapshot of what you think about the report. What captures your attention mainly?
Thank you, Mildred. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Okay. So I'd like to, first of all, take the opportunity to thank the Equal Opportunities Commission for a job well done. And that deserves a clap, actually. Yeah. So I'd like to, of course, acknowledge the progress that has been made. Do I have to introduce myself again?
Feel free. Would be good.
Okay. My name is Juliet Nakato Odoi. I work with UN Women. UN Women is the entity for the UN entity for gender equality and women's empowerment. And the UN Women in Uganda plays a very key role in working with government and partners to support and advance aspects of gender equality and women's empowerment in our policies, our plans, and other frameworks. So back to the report. I really wish to acknowledge the progress that Uganda has seen, and I'd like to thank my sister for a very empowered and impassioned presentation. The only thing she almost missed was to add the actions, that kind of thing, but otherwise, I think she really showed that there has been progress. We have made progress, and we cannot deny it. I know there was a bit of argument, especially when you compared the photos, but let us give credit where it's due. There has been progress. There has been progress in the area of education. There has been progress in terms of infrastructure. Yeah, my table mates, there has been some progress. Yes, there has been some progress. And I think we need to acknowledge. We need to acknowledge that there has been a lot of progress in the area of education in terms of empowering women and girls, getting more women and girls into the education space, including areas like business. Now, I'll get to the however, a quick however. One of the key aspects I'd like to hear a bit more, which I feel the report could have, brought out a little bit stronger, is the aspect of quantity, because we had a lot about quantity, but what about the quality? I think those the report could have done a bit more in this area, because we are not denying the quantity. There are many more schools, there are many more hospitals, but what is the quality of these? And should the focus be on creating more of this, or sort of looking at how do we improve those that we have? And also the aspect of access. There are many hospitals, there are many schools, but we still see issues of access. And it would really be good, maybe as we move forward, to also look at issues like, look at the care economy. Even when you provide opportunities, sometimes women and girls can't take them on. Why? Because of their roles. I'm caring for sick people, so I can't take up an education opportunity. I have to gather firewood, I have to gather water, and those kind of things. They're still lived realities, and it would be good to get a snapshot of that in the report. Thank you. I'll stop there for now.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. I will definitely come back to you, Juliet. And you mentioned a very important one, that yes, the numbers are existent, but how qualitative those numbers can get is a very important one, especially when we're looking at education, what levels of literacy and numeracy do exist there. Let me get to the Initiative for Social and Economic Rights. Mr. Mugwea, first of all as well, what do you make of the report? What stands out for you? What are the good, the bad and ugly, that we would call it?
Thank you very much, Mildred. I also want to join my other colleagues who have spoken earlier. First, to appreciate the Equal Opportunities Commission for the good report. They really disappoint. They always try as much as possible to present the situation, especially in the social service sector, as it is. It is not in doubt that we have made progress as a country as far as access is concerned. In terms of universal primary education, universal secondary education, the health facilities that have been established and all that, we have made progress in that area. Even, of course, the whole aspect to do with the energy, though the current situation now, the way UEDC is performing, we may need to have a further discussion on that. But also just to take in fact, I associate with the comments that have made by the earlier panelists. But just to say something to the contrary, again, one about the nomenclature in the report, and let me say the wordings in the report. For example, the report makes a reference to the fact that government is providing free education. But again, it goes ahead to acknowledge that there are exorbitant what? Fees, which points to the fact that there is no free education. The National Planning Authority has done an evaluation of UPE and has come to a conclusion that we do not have free education in Uganda, but we have subsidized education, because the funding which is provided by the government is not commensurate or cannot guarantee the delivery of free education. And even when you go further to examine, for example, in terms of the capitation grant and the funding,
when UPE was started, there was no study to say this is the amount of money, for example, the unit cost required to educate a child in primary or secondary. We just came up with a figure of a capitation grant without any scientific study to establish that whether that is the true amount of money that we need. So I think as a constitutional body responsible for equity, you may have to go deep into that. Then the other aspect about special needs education, and I urge the Commission, perhaps, because sometimes you do special reports, we need a special report on access to education by children with disabilities in this country. The situation is dire. There is a time I went to a district in Ujiri, and the DO told me that they are trying to come up with another special unit in that district, because the entire district has only one school with a special unit. So they say that they are coming up with a special unit, and they told me where the school was. And we went there. When we reached, they called the teachers. They had 2 focal teachers as far as SN is concerned. So we took the teachers, so we asked them to call some of the learners. They called the learners, but it was unfortunate that the focal teachers on SNE in the school could not communicate with the learners in sign language. So that is how. There is a time the Auditor General did a very formal audit report on access to special needs education in Uganda, and said there is only one mathematics teacher, only one Braille mathematics teacher in Uganda. So it means children who are supposed to learn using Braille are not accessing learning. Then the other aspect which I also want to talk about is something to do with the equity. In terms of, we have been, government said they are going to establish a primary school per parish and a secondary school per sub-county, a health center 3 per sub-county, health center 4 per county, and all that. But we all know, and it is a good thing that Ms. Natkunda showed us a photo of our parliament right now. The truth of the matter is that the manner in which those administrative units are created, that they are not somehow intended for service delivery. That is the reason why you find some parishes that are extremely big and some counties that are big. So, if as a commission, you just take it on the surface value that we have a primary school per parish, a secondary school per sub-county, or a health center 4 per county, can we say that that one school or that health facility can equitably serve that particular area? Because the sub-counties are not created by Minister of Health or Minister of Education. They are created by politicians to get a constituency. So you find that there are some parishes that cannot be served equitably by one parish, rather by one school. That there are some sub-counties that cannot be equitably served by one health center 3 or one secondary school. And maybe there are those ones, there are some parishes, you may find there are some 2 parishes that can be equitably served by one primary school. It may also be possible. So we need also to look into that aspect of equity as far as the service delivery units are concerned. Then lastly, for now, I also urge the Commission to look into the aspect of equity when it comes to the student loan scheme. There is a time when the Auditor General made a report on that scheme, and it found that some districts really had high numbers of beneficiaries, about 100, 300, and others had 2, 3, 5. So what is the cause? What would explain a district having, I don't want to go into mentioning districts, but the truth is that you would find some districts having about 200 beneficiaries, and you find a district with 10 beneficiaries. since the program was started. So can we perhaps introduce a quota system in the loan scheme and say each district will have its own quota, as opposed to leaving it the center, where maybe some districts have its own people within the scheme or influential positions somewhere, so they are able to influence and ensure that their areas get more as opposed to other districts. In fact, when you do a deep dive into that audit report and you now trying to trace the powers that be within the education sector and the scheme, you find that those ones who come from districts that are ably represented in the sector were benefiting more compared to other districts. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, and I love that we are taking note. The Equal Opportunities Commission is taking note on some of those things that are coming through. From the ministry, I call it a ministry for everyone, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Let's begin with your take on the key pointers that have been highlighted in the report.
Thank you, moderator, for giving me an opportunity to speak to this very important audience. My name is Richard Tio. I work as a Principal Gender Officer. I take this opportunity to, first of all, congratulate the government of Uganda through the Equal Opportunities Commission for coming up with this 12th report on the state of equal opportunities in Uganda. I think we need to applaud them. They have been preparing reports, 11 of them. This is the 12th. It's not a simple task. Yes, I congratulate you for ably preparing this report, and I've actually listened to the presentation in the report, and I really agree with most of the contents in the report. However, I will start with the methodology did not come out well. That's where my challenge was, how the process of coming up with this report is what was not presented. I hope it is in the main report. But nevertheless, this report examines a very long period of time. I've looked at some variables longitudinally going up to 40 years. Others are even more than 40 years. So it is very commendable for EOC to produce such a report spanning 40 plus years on most of the aspects examined, but also taking the 5 themes, the priority areas you've examined, education, health, political participation, infrastructure, to mention but what? But a few. So it is really a good work. When I go to the contents, I'm very happy with most of the information in the report, only that probably what saddened me first was the fact that I was nearing my death, according to the presenter, because she said we have 66.9 years to live. So I was saying, hey, am I moving towards my grave? But that is also important because most of us used to die before 40 years. Yes. That means these interventions that government has done have actually added more years. Not every man dies at 69.9. No. Some men go beyond 8 and even 90. This is just the life expectancy. So, meaning that cumulatively, these interventions in education, in health, in the social sector, in infrastructure, have actually started to show us results, very tremendous results. Your life expectancy is improving. It's going up. That means EOC, we have to start planning for the old age in this country. Otherwise, if we don't, we are going to be taken by unexpectedly. You have many old people, and probably maybe the services for them might not be adequate. So we need also to plan for that. The political participation is very critical, because right from the local government councils, women are ably represented. It is within the laws of Uganda that you must have a third, at least a third representation. And then in the national parliament, I was happy for her to mention 2 ladies in the legislative council, LEGICO, during that time, but it is equivalent to the parliament of today. And right now, we have over 88. 180, yes, 188 women members of parliament. And many of them, actually all of them, if I'm not mistaken, are elected. Whether the 3 women representing the UPDF, whether the representatives of the youth, let's say special interest groups, or the directly represented women and the district quarters, they are all elected. In the legislative council, the 2 women were appointed. They were not what? Elected. They were appointed. Meaning that in addition to have more numbers of women in decision-making processes, we are also seeing democratic principles being followed, bringing up these women and men in parliament. And then, even at the local council systems, we have representatives for women. She was telling us about the lady who was presenting the report, and then our chairperson, and then maybe she forgot to mention the Speaker of Parliament. She's also a lady. She maybe forgot to mention the Minister for Gender, Labor and Social Development. Maybe she forgot to mention the Prime Minister and many others. So there are so many. I know it was because of time that she just gave examples. And then, in education, today, I don't know whether many of you have taken time to find out how many learners are sitting PLE. They are finishing PLE today. Compared to the number that was sitting PLE probably 30, 35, 40 years ago. It is a big achievement. Actually, at primary level, we even have gender parity at primary level. The number of girls and boys is almost the same, sitting PLE. And then we have quite a number of girls areas that need closing the gaps. In terms of energy, we are slowly moving to clean energy. Yes, we are slowly moving to clean energy, although the numbers are still minimal, but the progress is there. Most of our mothers and sisters were the ones engaged in cooking in the past. They were suffering a lot from that unclean energy, the fuel wood. Right now, the numbers are really coming up, and then the digital space. The digital space is also improving. We are seeing men and women holding, buying mobile phones. And I think it is also going back to the programs that government has put in place. Because when you change a big number of people into the money economy through these programs that she mentioned, like GROW, like UWEP, YLP, and Tandikwa and others, they are able to get some income. They are able to buy mobile phones. They are able to buy their cars. They are able to buy land. I think now they own about probably 24% of the registered land.
Okay.
Yes, which was not the same before. So we are seeing the economy. This intervention is shaping the economy, and then people who were previously very vulnerable and were out of the money economy are now slowly getting into the money economy. And then things are showing a positive trajectory.
Okay. Despite,
of course, some of the gaps that are still there. We've seen the presentation dwelling much on the health facilities. Imagine moving from 2 regional referral hospitals, Mbale and Mbarara, and then to how many right now? 17. So you would wonder if someone was in Lodungu and needed the referral very fast, where would he or she be referred? The road network has gone to more than 6,000, the paved roads. And then the districts are also working on the district roads. So connectivity from the report is made much faster. Actually, on Thursday, I was in Kitigum up to 4 p.m. I was engaged in some activities, but I was able to pick a child who had finished exams in senior 4 by 9:30, and I did not use air transport. No, I didn't. Actually, the entire road from Kitigum up to Kampala is paved. I used to use that road some years ago. From Gulu alone to Kitigum, it would take you 4 hours. Gulu to Kitigum would take you 4 hours. Right now, if you are a good driver, not one who speeds so much, you can take 1 hour and 20 or 30 minutes to move from Kitigum to Gulu. And then you can take about 4 hours to move from Gulu to Kampala. Some of you who used this road from Soroti through contribute to the sanitary pads of our girls, which also make them to drop out of school. And for me, as a person, I wouldn't think that it should be the government policy to provide the food to learners in primary and secondary. What will the parents do? What will the guardians do? So I think it is also our collective responsibility to provide the learners with food. Government has already established schools. It has recruited and is paying teachers. Now, as parents, let us take the children to school. Let us provide the sanitary pads. Let us provide the lunch for these learners, such that collectively we can participate in the development of this country. Moderators have also liked the theme of today, which is about inclusive service delivery for sustainable and equitable development. Most of the areas discussed are to do with equitable and sustainable service delivery across those focus areas.
All right.
I submit.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chitio. I will definitely also be able to come back to you. But I want to engage the audience a little before I get back to the panel, especially on a number of issues that we feel could be included much more, and what more you think may probably have missed out. That is to the reference of the Equal Opportunities Commission in the next report. I am requesting the legacy team to just get us handheld microphones. We will, I will take 5 questions probably for the start. I loved when the electricity went off. Someone mentioned a line I want to be able to mention again. But that is what we said. The electricity goes off, but it is back in at least less than a few minutes. Not like back in the day when it would go, you would say, let us wait for midnight or whatever time. So we have less time of darkness, and the electricity is back. More gains to protect in there. Okay, I have Julius, and then I will go right with... All right, okay, yes, let's start with Julius. Thank you. And let me have the microphone right behind there. Yes, that second one. Julius, go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Mukunda Julius, and I really want to thank EOC for sustaining this momentum to ensure that at least on an annual basis we receive our report. Thank you so much, EOC. And also to thank my sister for really being very politically correct in this current situation. I know our fight for rationalization is still on. Nevertheless, I think the situation is clear, but I think 2 things we need to note. Functionality per parish, per sub-county. Or we need more functioning health centers. Because what the journal is telling us that we have hospitals where I think in the next report, Chair, we could look at functionality of what we already have. And I know that next year it will be a good, the environment will be better. We can now discuss those things. So functionality, I think, for me is very, very key. Are our children learning? Musa, we have been on this campaign for quite some time. Are our children learning? When they tell you that a P7 student cannot do the math in a P4, I think that for me becomes a real problem. The second issue is the cost. And I think my sister brought it up very well when we say parliament, the two ones. We cannot have so many interpretations. But I think the numbers are really, really huge. We've been doing calculations and we found out that every Ugandan, this financial year, is contributing $4.5 to maintain a member of parliament. And the 955 billion that we are going to pay that this financial year is now going to increase, according to the strategic plan, to 1.5 trillion Ugandan shillings in the next financial year. It's not only parliament, it's even the roads, it's even the health centers. The cost that we are used to deliver, I think the price is high. IMF is telling us that out of 100 shillings we spend on public investment, we lose 40 shillings out of that. So I think, Chair, I think next time, that's something I would like to look at. As we say we are consolidating the gain, let us also see the cost of the gain that we have achieved. I thank you.
Let's go ahead. And let's take that microphone to the back. Yes.
Thank you so much, moderator. I also wish to extend our appreciation to the Equal Opportunities Commission. My name is Sylvia Namubiru. I come from Delegate Service Providers Network. I want to congratulate the Equal Opportunities Commission for a very well presented and elaborated report that gives us where we are as a country. And I have 3 points to make. One is mainly to note that as we are counting the gains and numbers, like one of the panelists said, it's about 40 years. We also have to put into context the population growth. Spontaneously, Uganda is increasingly growing, and the majority are young. That is the youth. So as we are looking at equality, we also have to look at equity. How are we distributing resources? We are talking about the growing number of health centers, schools, among others, but we need to see that it is in conformity with the numbers of the population to ensure equity across board. And on this point, I want to raise an issue of the schools. I'm a proud recipient of the 1.5. I thank government. But at that time, when we entered the university, many of people who are coming from marginalized places could be given government sponsorship. But currently, educating a child at university and ensuring that the child goes through is very expensive. And that also goes to the primary, that goes also to the secondary. The lack of control of private sector and the government input into the important sectors like health, education. When you come to medication, the same thing cuts across. So we celebrate here the numbers, but when the majority of Ugandans are really marginalized. Okay. Today I was looking at one of the social media picture posted on one of the school forums, and they were talking about the learners that are sitting exam. And they mentioned the school in a certain districts, which I'm not going to mention because I don't have, as a media, you know, you have to verify information. I'm not from media, but I'm a lawyer. But the students or the learners are writing their exam outside, and in this day and age. And we have had many other infrastructures that are missing. Now I will come to the subject which I'm more passionate about, and that is access to justice. I would like to see the Equal Opportunities Commission pick interest in access to justice, where a majority of Ugandans, unfortunately, are marginalized. And their researches, the Hill Report, 2016, 2020, 2024, they are speaking about 80% Ugandans failing to engage any lawyer to go to court. And only 10% Ugandans accessing the formal justice institutions. Majority of those who are on remand right now are the youth. And they cannot afford services of legal practitioners. So is access, and you know the right to fair hearing and equality before the law is an non-derogable right. So that means every Ugandan is entitled to that. So when the Equal Opportunities goes to interrogate that, are all Ugandans able to go to court and receive justice? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sylvia. You raised very valid
one
points.
point that I was going to raise, and you cut me short, was the legal aid. Legal aid,
okay.
Which is a primary duty of government. We need a state-funded legal aid. That's where I was aiding, and I know the Equal Opportunities Commission can do much better in pushing for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. Let's go to the question at the back. You raised a very important one, especially private sector and the services being delivered. It's interesting that right now, for people who have children in kindergarten or early childhood, you're literally paying the same fees like probably a university student at some particular universities. But let's go to, yes, we have a microphone there.
Yes. Thank you very much, the EOC, for the presentation. And my name is Paul Bambingirire. I'm a gender specialist, and I'm in charge of advocacy for the domestication of the Marrakesh Treaty. And first of all, I want to first lay my disappointment for this congregation, because I'm one in the movement of the disability and the rights. And when I talk about advocating for the domestication of the Marrakesh Treaty, which says inclusion and information should be in accessible formats. Today we did not recognize the sign language, as well as I did not recognize the large print. I come from Uganda National Association of the Blind, and I'm visually impaired. I use large print. And when we talk about inclusivity, which we are advocating for, and in the UN PD recently, when we were for our conference, we really said advocacy should be inclusive. So that was my disappointment, but one thing also I want to say is I appreciate the presentation. It was elaborate, it gave a lot of insight, and for us, we looked at it as something really, we don't take it for granted. Thank you, the opportunity, the equal opportunity. So one of my concerns is about infrastructure development. We have looked at infrastructure development where we have really moved a distance. And to me, we have really achieved to a large extent in terms of infrastructure development. However, I'm looking at infrastructure development is based only so much on economic gains. And we forget we forfeit the social and cultural basis. Looking at the mortality rate when we are calculating it, we really calculate it at the global perspective. But going individually, we propose that let this information be segmented such that a person from Karamoja, a person from Kamuli is segmented to the maternal mortality rate, not to bring it to the level of, because for me, from Kampala and Wakiso I've developed, and the maternal mortality rate would be low in our reporting. Looking at also infrastructure, you forget someone from Kariro, someone from Kabira Maido to access maybe the health facility. And you look at Kampala, you go to, we have better places that have really gotten the infrastructure. Look at Bulisa. Bulisa has the best roads right now, with the most population using it being the cows, sleeping on them. So we need to really target this not to economic gain, but also to development. Then
as you conclude, so we can get some more.
Yes. The other thing is about, I appreciate the equal opportunity for elaborating about the ratification of the treaties. I appreciate the ratification of the treaties that have been really brought out. For example, the Marrakesh Treaty was ratified in Uganda, but the challenge we face is the domestication of the treaties. So we need to be inclusive in these reports when we are doing, so that we get to know that these treaties are being ratified, but they are not yet domesticated. And if they are not domesticated, its operation is limited. The EOC saying the electoral, equal opportunity, thank you very much.
I know it is an election season, so it's electoral commission on people's lips. Thank you so much, but all the points have actually been taken, and I will do it better. Sign language, definitely. The equal opportunities has taken that. Please go ahead. And there is another lady, and then I would like to hear from the districts as well. I have a cow's table somewhere. What is happening there in terms of equal opportunities? Yes, my dear.
Thank you so much, moderator. By the name's Nakazi Florence. I work for the Economic Policy Research Center, where we do economic research. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Equal Opportunities for the comprehensive report. But what I felt missing was, of course, we had a trajectory of over 40 years, but I think I would have felt if you had added the disaggregations, say the PIP period, the NDP, and so that we see which period performed better, so that we can pick some lessons from one period to another, so that we can kind of make a concrete conclusion. And then my second point is on the programs that we saw, because we saw the poverty levels declining, and it was wholesomely summed up that this was due to YLP, UWEPO, and the like. But from all these kind of government interventions, one thing that I've seen is majority of them lack baseline information. So sometimes we try to attribute that we are performing so well because of this particular intervention, but that baseline information is missing. This is the very same reason when you go to the education sector, where the presenter mentioned that there has been efforts to put one secondary school per sub-county. But some counties are too big that even the girls are failing to go to those schools. I'll take an example of Kalangala. some sub-counties are on different islands that the girls have to use the ferries, the water to go and study. So that kind of information I felt is missing, and it could be the same reason why we are seeing, of course, when we see the urban performing better than the rural kind of setup. And lastly, is still in the education sector, of course, is the wage gap between the science teachers and the arts teachers. That has not been addressed beginning of this term. They were striking. Of course, they thought they would be addressed. But as an institution that is working on, just remember that we all go for either 4 years or 3 years of education, but when it comes with a pay, someone is treated better. I feel that is missing. If there is any forum where that can be addressed, we'll be very grateful. I submit.
Thank you very much, Florence. We have another person. I love that many of these are deliberations, not direct questions. The things to ponder upon for the Equal Opportunities Commission. I will go to the lady and cross back to this, to the lady first before I get to the district officials. Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Sarah Navakoza, and I represent a print media on the Uganda Parliament Press. But in the report, I didn't see media, so I don't know if we don't apply for equal opportunities.
Okay.
First of all, you talked about economic empowerment, but we still see media houses that don't pay journalists. And some pay them less. We have media houses that pay journalists 3,000, 5,000 shillings per story. So recently we saw national media was chased away from Parliament and the presidential trail. So who fights for us journalists when we have some of these issues coming up? Thank you. Next time, recognize us. We also
Thank you.
apply.
Thank you so much, and very true. We always speak for the others. We say journalists are eyes and ears. Who are the eyes and ears of the journalists? I think that's a very key question coming through. We can be able to have that. Yes, please, to our cows.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. My name is Andrew Milton Chalangat Kamalingin. I'm the cow for Kabong District Local Government, as well as the chairperson for all the cows and accounting officers for Karamoja region. I want to start by appreciating the Equal Opportunities Commission for this engagement and the research team and the paper that they presented. I have 3 areas observations to make. One is on human capital development interventions. While a lot has been done in the areas of health and education, Karamoja and Kabong in particular still has challenges. The staffing levels for health and education in the whole of Karamoja region is not more than 40%. And particularly for Kabong, we are standing at around 28% health staffing levels. And imagine Kabong has a population of 264,000 people, and it is the highest population in the region, Karamoja. So we have that challenge, and even in education, we have issues. Primary teachers are not enough, and the percentage is not above 40%. I want to request Equal Opportunities to take this up, much as it has been mentioned in the report, but affirmative action could be taken for Karamoja as a region. This is a matter that we've taken it also up with the peers Minister of Public Service, and we wrote a concept paper, and it's with her, and she's taking it up with the cabinet. So Equal Opportunities, you can also give support in that area. We have also the problem of the poverty levels. Much as we appreciate what government has done in initiating and bringing up livelihood programs like Ntandikwa, which started things like PDM and Emioga, we still have, we believe that and we understand that according to the statistics, the poverty levels has reduced from 24% to 16.1% nationally. But when you go to Karamoja as a region, we are still standing at 74%. So this is where there is a big problem. And within Karamoja, again, Kabong is at 84%. So this is an area that needs to be taken up, and special action should be taken. Okay. And then issues of internet, which has affected service delivery. We have a place, a constituency called Ik, where the minority live in Kabong. There is no network, you can't call, there is no internet, and this has affected service delivery seriously. The other week we had 2 weeks, IFMS system broke down, no payments, the whole 2 weeks. So these are challenges. And lastly, Madam Moderator, the issues of security of our staff, human capital is still a problem in the region. Just as we are here, today is, tomorrow, we are burying a teacher who was gunned down on Monday by these criminals who have guns. You know, Kabong is bordering South Sudan and Kenya, and guns infiltrate. So criminals use it and they scare the employees. So we have that challenge. And so instilling discipline is still a problem and service delivery. So I want once again thank you, members. Those are the challenges for Kabong and Karamoja as a region. Thank you so much.
Very, very true. And I think that's the very reason why the government thought of an affirmative action ministry for Karamoja particularly. But more is to be done. Okay, yes.
Thank you, Moderator. My name is Richard Okuku. I am the Secretary General of the Uganda Local Governments Association. I'll start with the word of appreciation, of course, to the Equal Opportunities Commission. But I also, to add my voice to Julius, I think the report is politically correct, considering the period we are in, because my expectation was that we would focus on 2024. Because last year we had the one of 2023, so we're looking at 2024. I would have expected to have a bit of some changes therein, but we have looked at 1986 to 2025. That said, I want to highlight, I think, a bit of some statistics in reports. So the team, I think, let's try to improve on some statistics. Some of, I think, the figures we are quoting in there, we might need to double check and be sure. Then certain points we assess and end team. Sometimes assess and have the statistics up to 2017, and then in other cases we have 2025. So the period of assessment, I think we need to be clear. But then two is looking at access to justice. I expected to have some write-up on the access to justice, especially for the Chitezi survivors. What has happened? What has the EOC done? What follow-up actions? Are there any solid waste management practices that government is putting in place to abate such occurrences from happening again? And then access to justice for the political participants, you know, those political prisoners. Something to do with that, access to justice. Then also another aspect, we talked about achievements, challenges mostly. when it came to regional balance, a bit of the regional balance. The report seemed to have raised challenges specifically on poverty levels. But can we also try to quantify the achievements per region in other areas? Then there's where we mentioned the weak decentralization. I think, I don't know if we, maybe in the detailed report, we'll try to get some more information on what weak decentralization the report tried to mean, because it would be important that we are at that point where we are reviewing the decentralization policy. Lastly, to emphasize, I think I wasn't so much contented with the aspects of financing and supporting for special needs education, because it's been a crisis for quite a while, and I think that the report hasn't brought it out on how government should respond to be able to facilitate better SNE education. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Okuku. Let's get about just two more. Yes, we have a lady and gentleman this side before I get back to this side. Let's start with the lady in blue.
Thank you, Mildred. My name is Lydia Nairuba from Uganda Women's Network. I want to appreciate EOC for the report. My concern is on the issue of education. We've highlighted the high numbers at enrollment, but I think it would be prudent to further interrogate the rate of retention. Because when you walk through schools in most of the upcountry areas, I'll give an example of Busoga region, you will find that at the time of enrollment, we have so high numbers of children enrolling at primary level. If you walked back to this school at the time they are sitting P7, you will be disappointed to find that actually almost a half of the pupils that enrolled at beginning of the year are not sitting for their final exams. So I think it would be prudent to interrogate the rate of retention in as far as assessing the quality of education, and also have some data as regards to the numbers in terms of gender and socioeconomic status to inform further planning in most of these areas. And then lastly is on the issue of political representation. Yes, we appreciate the high numbers of women, but what is the impact? What is the impact of the many women in parliament? What is their voice? Do they have a voice at the end of the day? So I think we also need to look at impact of the numbers of women compared to when you look at the previous parliament where you're talking of 2, you would be surprised that actually these 2 had a voice compared to the high numbers that we have now. And then lastly, I think it would be also good for EOC to have strategies highlighted in this report. What are the strategies in place to maintain the gains that have been highlighted in the report? Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. I'll take the microphone to the gentleman next, and then I'll see if Atkunda has some responses, especially on some of the issues they could have mentioned that because of time, we just didn't have time to be able to display them here, because I know that the report is huge. We had just a few minutes to pay attention to. Yes, please, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, the moderator. I'm Robert Ikwap from Ministry of Education and Sports. I hold the rank of Assistant Commissioner for Primary Education. I would also like to join the colleagues in appreciating the report. Yes, it is for a long time, but it highlights the trend of issues that I agree with. So the report is true as far as the picture for education is concerned. So regarding whether it should have highlighted the shorter period or the longer period, I think that is a different story. But overall, the report is true. I want to look at the issue of the loan scheme as it came up, that there are some probably areas which are over-supported compared to others. We had a discussion recently with the department that is in charge of handling the loan scheme, and that is one of the questions that came up. The response was that the issue of loan scheme is actually demand-driven. That means the beneficiary has to express interest. And there are people who actually need the loan scheme. But if they don't express interest, there is no way they can be supported. But there are also those who express interest, but their conditions are not fitting to benefit from the loan scheme, and so they miss out. So you find that if the eligible beneficiaries apply, more of them in particular regions, then definitely they get the service. But if the wrong people, actually those whose conditions are a little better, apply, even if there are very many in a particular area, definitely they don't get a service. And that's why I think there is that kind of imbalance.
Okay.
Then the other discussion was about increasing service delivery units vis-a-vis the quality of service delivery, improving the service of improving the quality of service delivery. I want to cite the case of Karamoja, where we have very few service delivery units, particularly I'm talking about schools. You find maybe a parish, many parishes do not have. The discussion should continue to be that we need to create more schools in parishes, in such areas. But of course, continue to look at the issue of improving on the quality of service delivery. So I think the two arguments have to go hand in hand. We should not come out of here and say, let us first now focus on
the quality
and leave out increasing the service delivery units. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I know that we still have some more questions, but our time is also getting fast spent. Yes, let me take 1 and 2, and I'll get back to my panelists, only if the chairperson, Hajat Safia, has no response to any of the conversations. All right. That has been duly noted, the points that you did raise. I'll take you and him, and we will rest that because our guest of honor, the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, has actually also arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all stand to welcome You may get seated. Welcome, Honorable Betty Amongi. Thank you so much for sparing time off this very busy schedule. So I'll have just the last 2 questions before I come back to my panel or deliberations coming through. Honorable Minister, the report has been presented very...
My supervisors at the ministry, they used to tell me, you know, when you informed your issues, those people at the Equal Opportunities Commission, this lady is too much on us. But we are happy. Maybe part of the pressure from the commission yielded some results. Then finally, because we are bad off, the last time the commission came to Buvuma, they came to one of my schools called Inamakeba Primary School. And they donated some books, some cupboards, and some big cases for protecting the books. Because that time the school was under trees. It was spread along the whole camp. I don't know whether after here I'm going back with the same. Maybe the commission will respond. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. You're also being politically correct. Let's have our very last one.
Thank you. Haji Buyabeka is my name. I work with the Ministry of Education and Sports. I wanted maybe to supplement from one of my bosses, what he said. But I want to make it clear that while we talk about equity, we have the needs by the community and the political drive. Sub-counties that are being created every other time. As you try to cover, then you have more being created. So we're having a scenario whereby we shall have areas where we have more schools than the actual demand. So while we're looking at this, it is critical that we compare the needs and the political drive, because that is very important. Because currently we're trying to have a number of city schools in a number of areas. But again, you'll discover in the same district, because of the political drive, you have more sub-counties created. Therefore, while you're pushing on one side education, on the other side, you also push the political demands. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I wish we could have more and more questions coming through, but I need to get back to my team here, and I would start with Musa. What do you think are some of the key issues that could have missed out in your view that Equal Opportunities Commission needs to look at, as you also give us your parting shots?
Thank you very much, Mildred. Just again to comment, in the recommendation, for example, the Commission is saying that we should create more representation for ethnic minorities in the Parliament and in district councils. I think that is most likely to again increase the number, the size of Parliament, as we heard the complaining. By the way, when you look at the Constitution, special interest representation was not supposed to be permanent. The Constitution provides for review after every 10 years. Unfortunately, we have never had any reasonable review of those special interest groups that are being represented. It has just been talked about the representation. There was a constituency that was created for EQUI. But now, as you're hearing, that political representation is not translating into improved service delivery. So I think the focus should be really on quality representation. Then the other aspect is that I think going forward, the Commission should try to always, as part of the report, and say, this year we made these recommendations, these ones were worked upon, these ones have not been worked upon. For example, I'll highlight the example of regulation of school fees and even health bills. The laws requires the Minister for Health and the Minister for Education to issue regulations, Minister for Health to regulate school fees, and the Minister for Health to regulate health bills. There is even a court judgment directing the Minister for Health to that effect. But up to this time, there is none. So perhaps because you issue the Certificate of Gender and Equity Compliance, is it possible to say that, okay, this time we are giving you a certificate, but next time, if you next financial year, if you have not done A, B, C, D, there is no certificate. Then the other aspect about the disparity in remuneration, and this is both in the private sector and in the public sector. Recently, we heard that at least the remuneration for the cows was a bit enhanced, but the deputies was not. Then when you go to private sector, the last law we had on minimum wage provides for 6,000 a month. Now, that is a law which no longer makes sense. Some countries, what they have done as far as remuneration is concerned, they have not left, because now in Uganda, for example, Parliament will tell you, for us, we are independent. The judiciary will say, for us, we are independent. So they should determine their own what? Remuneration. Now, the bigger public service remains with the Minister of Public Service and then the Minister of Finance and all that. What some countries have done, they have come up with, again, constitutional commissions, independent commissions, responsible for determining the remuneration of each and every civil servant,
Okay.
whether you're a member of parliament or president or chief justice and all that. So perhaps the commission, you may need to study that and see whether we can propose it. There's a time when actually we're going to have an amendment to establish the National Remuneration Commission, something like that, but did not come through.
Okay.
And then even the issue of minimum wage, because we are being told that actually we are attracting more investors. But the investments which are being made and the jobs which are being created, we are not seeing the money in the pockets. People are working for 3,000, 2,000. I come from Busoga, so I use that road as Ono Minister, that road as you go to Jinja. Your workers on that road, because the other thing about investment, that it should have a multiplier effect. But the economy that those people with those industries on Jinja that are able to sustain are people that sell kabalagala, fried cassava. They can't even board a taxi. You see them every morning and evening, they walk long distances to come and work and then go back. As I conclude, then lastly, and really to underscore the point that Julius has made, even also to respond to the commissioner, we are saying that he is not saying that we should not have new service delivery units. Let us have, but can we ensure that those ones that are available are functioning effectively? And it is after we have ensured that these ones are functioning, then we establish what? More, but not continue establishing and establishing. And really lastly, about the aspect of the National Health Insurance Scheme. It is part of the discussion about functionality and cost. Right now, tablets are sent to health facilities, doctors are there, but I think if we adopt the National Health Insurance Scheme and we implement it, it will somehow improve on functionality, but also the oversight on these health facilities. But as it is now, we may end up throwing money in a bottomless pit where we are not in a position to hold the administrators of the health facilities accountable to that effect. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Musa. And I think you mentioned the very point that Mr. Julius Mukunda raised. How much are we spending vis-a-vis what we are losing, vis-a-vis what value we're getting out of that money? Juliet, I come to you with your parting shots, but also the collaboration on implementation of some of this, because it takes concerted effort, just like Atkunda kept saying. It can't just be on the side of government. We should be asking, what do we do as ourselves?
Thank you, Mildred. That's actually a very good question, because it's like you are inside my brain. As UN Women, there are strategic contributions that we are focusing on, and we work very closely with the different ministries. We work very closely with the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. We work very closely with the EOC, UBOS, and other MDAs, because mainstreaming gender and equity issues are our key mandate as an agency. And maybe I'll just talk through some of these areas, which could be more like recommendations. How could we strengthen our journey? And some of these include integrating national priority gender equality indicators into sectoral and district plans. And these are areas in which UN Women is actually committed to supporting. Then strengthening our capacities. Someone talked about human capital development, and aspects of training come through this. And some of the areas I think that need strengthening for different MDS include evidence generation, and the area of gender statistics, I think, is a very important one. We have improved a lot in this area, but I'd like to state that it's still an area of weakness for many MDS, and I think this is still the case at the local government level And we hope that advancing gender statistics and open data platforms can improve evidence-based decision-making, because there are still areas that we are having, they have been reported to be declining, or we are not doing very well. And that is, for example, gender-based violence is an area where we could do better. But we still have the same issues coming up around data. Then an area like violence against women in elections, I'm sure if we asked anyone, do you have any statistics around this area, which people say is a very big issue? It's not very strong. So I think I already talked about some of the other areas of weakness that need to be looked at, like the care economy and gender pay gaps through gender responsive employment and fiscal policies. Those are areas that need to be looked at. And also, there's an issue that I think we also need to highlight, the reducing funding for gender equality, for equity and inclusion. Okay. There's decreasing financing for this area, and I think a lot, we need to work together to advocate in this area. What is it that is happening when funds reduce in this area? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And how we get creative about the funds, because when it comes to the partners, it is reducing. For government, there is also competing priorities. How probably you also get to bring in the private sector. Mr. Chitio Richard, you have the very final one on some of the recommendations and your parting shots.
Thank you so much, moderator. Actually, my recommendation is general. We need to consolidate the gains that EOC has highlighted in the report across all of the 5 focus areas in education, in health, in political participation, in infrastructure, and in economic empowerment. Mostly, we need to embrace government programs. For example, the current Game Changer, PDM, we need to get on board, we need to talk to our people and ensure that they really benefit from these government programs to steer the country forward sustainably and equitably. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a round of applause to the panel. Thank you so much to you and to the audience as well for engaging. Great report. Let's also be able to dive in. We'll be producing some of the key findings. I'll now officially flag off my panel as we move to the next stage. And of course, with that, we clearly can see that there is a little bit more to be done. We have progress that has been made. Like I said, the difference that has come through with this particular report this year is that while we paid a lot of attention to what has not been done or what the gaps were in the last report, this time the Equal Opportunities Commission, I'm also thinking Electoral Commission, the Equal Opportunities Commission was more focused on where are the achievements as we move forward. What more do we need to be doing? There are lots of concerns that have been raised with regard to what needs to be included, and I know that the Equal Opportunities Commission has actually been able to capture all of those. I did clearly see our chairperson scribbling down lots of notes. Kunda was very, very busy scribbling down those notes. And we are sure that we'll be able to have all these conversations paid attention to. And of course, we're coming very close to concluding this conversation. The Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development is very key when we talk about equality and equal opportunities, issues of equity. Because like I said, it is the ministry of everyone, whether you're working or not working, male or female, young and old, literally every Ugandan belongs to that particular ministry. And we are delighted to have you, Honorable Amongi, sparing off time this busy season. We know what you should be doing right now. 10th is not too far away to kick off officially the campaigns. There was also a lot of conversation here when we showed the parliamentary pictures of then and now. Especially with regard to numbers, conversations around whether just the affirmative action has been able to do as much. We have the numbers increasing, yes, of members of parliament, but how many are actually on the directly elected slots? That is one of the bigger conversations that normally comes through. And I'm saying this as I also get to invite our guest of honor to come and speak to us. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a round of applause as we invite our Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Honorable Betty Amongi.
Thank you, moderator. I don't know where there are any members of parliament here. Is there any MP here? I'm alone. I was going to start with addressing members of parliament. Former? They are former? Okay. So, colleagues, representatives of development partners, the religious leaders, the chair of Oppotunities Commission and members of the board, representatives of the MDS who are here. I heard many of you are from local government, civil society, private sector. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure and honor to preside over the launch and dissemination of the 12th annual report on the state of equal opportunities in Uganda for financial year 24-25 under the theme, Equal Opportunities in Uganda, under Inclusive Service Delivery for Sustainable and Equitable Development. I think we need to thank the Commission that every single year they have been able to release a report. And very bold reports. This report is culmination of extensive research, community engagement, and artful conversation that reflect what is faced in the areas by the communities. So by the time we come here, there are people who have gone to these communities. And I think we need to see them. Those who held this sit and make this conversation. And I'm glad that I was here to listen to one of the local government leader state that in Buvuma Island, the pressure, I don't know whether it's our Ajati who gave pressure or another one. That is already a witness statement if we are in a court. A witness statement that actually there are those who follow and ensure that there is something on the ground to be done when it is found that there is a gap. The report is always a critical tool of our collective pursuit of fairness, inclusion, and justice. And I think that is the basis of community, issues of equality, equity, inclusion, fairness, and that is what anchors Equal Opportunities Commission. So they are doing their work. It reflects the progress and challenges in ensuring that every Ugandan, regardless of your gender, your age, your ability, or background, you have equal access to opportunities that foster sustainable development. Equality and gender balance is embedded in our Constitution, Article 32(1). And this report, therefore, embodies that spirit which is embedded in the Constitution. And the government, through the NRM government, established and continues to support the Commission to ensure inclusive access and participation in all state and non-state programs. So I think we need to thank that already the budget of the Commission has been increasing. And we are hoping that it will not be abolished, so that it continues to do this work. Now, if we look at the National Housing and Population Census of 2024, Ugandan's population now stands at 45.9 million. The largest segments are women and youth, children. There are very few older persons. Persons with disability are also reducing now. These are the groups that face an unique barriers to education, to healthcare, to employment, and access to services. And these challenges must be addressed to break the cycle of exclusion and poverty. Our goal must therefore be clear, that no Ugandan should be left behind in the development process. So allow me to commend the Commission for fulfilling its statutory mandate under Section 24 of the Equal Opportunity Commissions Act, which requires that they produce the annual report of the state of equal opportunities, and this is one of such. And I thank various stakeholders from government to parliament, development partners, civil society, private sector, for the support that you have always exhibited to the Commission. And in a special way, I want to thank the financiers, the development partners, the UN Women, Enable, the Global Fund, and the Danish Initiative for Human Rights for the partnership in advancing equality and inclusion across the sectors. The 12th annual report presents key findings, including but not limited to government achievements in redressing inequalities from 86 to 2025. It deals with gender and equity concerns in planning and budgeting. The state of lower secondary education, access to health services in hard-to-reach areas, and political participation of marginalized groups. These findings highlight both achievements and persistent gaps. While progress is evident, the level of implementation of Equal Opportunities Commission recommendations by the ministries, departments, and agencies and local government remains low. I therefore call upon all of us to renew our commitment and accountability in implementing this report. Let us not come and sit and talk about it and praise the report, but we don't implement it. These findings also highlight both achievements and other gaps, and the level of implementation remains low, and yet under Section 15.4 of Equal Opportunities Act, the Commission is empowered to recommend and direct institutions to take specific action that promote equal opportunities and to ensure implementation within time frames. Let us therefore treat these recommendations not as a mere suggestion, but as binding obligation to inclusive growth. As we reflect on this report, let us be reminded of the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres' quote, which stated that equality and inclusion are not favors to the marginalized. They are the foundation of peace, prosperity, and progress for every nation. Uganda, like many nations, continues to face economic challenges, but this should not deter us. It should rather spur innovation, investment in our people, an application of an intersectional lens that recognizes overlapping forms of inclusion, and real inclusion demands that all citizens, especially the most vulnerable, participate in and benefit from national development. I'm sure all of you seated here, one way or another, you work to support some vulnerable community. I know our extended family system supports so many old persons with health care and so on. Therefore, I call upon all leaders, policymakers, and implementers present here today to internalize and operationalize the recommendations in the report. Let us design practical, flexible models for mainstreaming equity in our plans, budget, and service delivery. I can authoritatively say government is committed to investing in programs that provide underserved communities through empowerment programs and social service prioritization. And we have many programs that gear us towards dismantling systemic barriers so that the voices of the most vulnerable are heard. The Commission remains a rallying point for us for inclusive growth, mobilizing our collective efforts and creating a society free of discrimination where every person's potential can be fully realized. Today, as we launch this 12th annual report on the state of equal opportunities in Uganda, let us reaffirm our shared commitment to inclusive service delivery and equitable development for all. May the discussion and the recommendations that you have undertaken this morning and afternoon arising from the report and its finding translate into real transformation for the people we serve, especially the most at risk. With this, I take the singular honor to officially launch, and I don't know where it is. Chair, I don't want to launch here. I don't know where you can put it, where the chair can officially launch with me.
Check. All right. Yeah, we are not launching air, definitely, Honorable Minister. The report is here, and that is officially the 12th annual report on the state of equal opportunities in Uganda. Can I give you the microphone?
So, Chair, and your team, congratulations. Congratulations. And with that, now I take the honor to officially launch the 12th annual report on the state of equal opportunities in Uganda with the theme, Inclusive Service Delivery for Sustainable and Equitable Development.
All right, now we will officially append the signature. The minister will officially append her signature to the report, which is now an official public document for utilization, official public document right now for utilization right there. The minister was given a politically correct marker as well. Blue, red, and black. One of those you've mentioned. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We officially have the 12th annual report, and after the minister appends her signature, we'll of course have the chairperson and the vice chairperson append their signatures. The chair is asking for a yellow marker. Unfortunately, we haven't had the factory manufacture those ones. Chair, forgive us, please. We'll be able to have those dealt with. Okay, we'll have the Vice Chairperson, Mr. Joel Cox Ojuko, as well, appending your signature to that. And the committee, the commission member Habib as well, you will also append your signature in there. So this does give us the state of equal opportunities in the country for the financial year 2023-24. Maybe, Honorable Safia, please do not leave. We are going to be able to leave. Take a picture. Dr. Shaft Mokwaya, all right, please, you will be able to append that. Thank you so much. Some people's signatures should be on the Bank of Uganda note. The balloon loves you. I don't know why. I don't know why it has chosen to be very, very close to you. But let's have a group picture here. I will invite back the panelists as well earlier. And let me have the help team be able to, so we can be able to line up. And some of us then can go. We will center, I think, let me have the ushering team to help us center that report particularly. Minister, the balloon loves you. I don't know why. It should have been red or blue or something like that. Okay, we can have some come this side. Also, some get to the top. Okay, let's have some. Just take this. Ministry of Finance, please, a representative from Ministry of Finance. I know that the Auditor General's report, the Auditor General is here. We are talking about reports, and I was already thinking about the Auditor General's report. UN Women, please. I am not seeing the UN Women. Mr. Julius Mukunda, away from taking pictures. We need civil society representation. I know that we also had LASPNet represented. We also did have APRC represented here. We can be able to have a few more at the back here, next to the podium. Make sure you're not in the crop zone, just in case we are trying to minimize the picture. All right, let's take that very one, and immediately after that, I will request to have a picture with the chair, vice chair, the minister, and our district representatives. That is very, very important as well. Make sure you're not in the crop zone. Let's take one final one, one very final one. Okay, I request the chair, vice chair, and the minister to stay as I invite all our district representatives. Thank you so much for moving through. Honorable Minister, we have Buvuma, we have Kabong, we have Ntoroko, and so many other districts that have been represented today. This is a very important report because it goes directly to the grassroots. Let's also still be able to have some at the back. Please, I'm kindly requesting at the back, Ministry of Local Government should also be able, so after Kabong, I am requesting the rest of us to please go up. Let's go and stand up because unfortunately you will be in the crop zone. Okay. To the Ministry of Local Government as well, thank you so much. This will be the very final photo. We'll have a vote of thanks and then have the anthems and have the media engage with the minister. Some smiles, The season is for smiling. We are going to Christmas very soon, next month. I have started very early. Okay. Thank you so much. I hope that is done. Let's all get seated once again. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, once again for sparing your time to be with us. And so, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of this conversation, the report is officially launched. It's a public document. It can be used. I know that the report is going to be uploaded on the Equal Opportunities Commission website, so you'll be able to get it. Allow me now invite to deliver a vote of thanks the Vice Chairperson of the Equal Opportunities Commission, Mr. Joel Cox-Ojuko. Please take the stand right here as we officially say a thank you to the ministry represented by the minister herself. Let's give our Vice Chairperson a big round of applause. Thank you.
the Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the chairperson of the Equal Opportunities Commission and members of the Equal Opportunities Commission, representatives from MDAs and local governments, representatives from civil society organizations, faith-based organizations, from cultural institutions, if there are any, respective ladies and gentlemen. Mine is a simple task to give a vote of thanks to all of you, but starting with the Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development for the time you have taken to be here at this launch today, despite the heavy schedules that you have during this busy season. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. This is not the first time that the Minister has officiated at the launch of our reports. She has always given us the support that we need. She has indeed been part and parcel of the Equal Opportunities Commission since time immemorial. And this is not by accident. It is because we belong to her. We are part of the ministry politically, professionally, and in many other ways. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for the guidance that you continue to give to the Commission, for your fight for the Commission in as far as enhancement of our budget is concerned, and forever fighting to ensure that we continue to exist as a Commission so that our relevance can be felt across this country. Once again, thank you so much. We thank you for your presentation, for your remarks, which highlights the theme of today's annual report, namely the inclusive service delivery for sustainable and equitable development of this country. This is very paramount, and it can only be made visible by the presence of the relevant minister. We thank you so much for this, and we continue to take your advice. We will continue to move with you along the way so that our mandate, the wider mandate of the Equal Opportunities Commission, can be felt by the entire populace of this country. I also want to thank our own chairperson for the governance of this commission, for steering the equal opportunities to this level, and ensuring that every year we produce relevant reports that touch the lives of every citizen of this country. We seek to eliminate discrimination. We seek to undertake affirmative action for the vulnerable population of this country. And we shall never relent until eventually we achieve the purpose for which this commission was set up. I want also to thank the staff of the Equal Opportunities Commission, and in a special way, the Department of Research, Monitoring and Evaluation, that took time to gather information, statistics, compiled a lot of information that finally led to the report that is being presented today. As I was listening to Susan Atukunda presenting this year's report, I was so thrilled, and I felt so proud of our commission that we can do so much to change the life of our people by seeking to establish access to each and every one of us in this country, poor and rich, old and young, men and women. As you will appreciate, this report touches the life of each one of us. No one is an exception. If you are not vulnerable today, tomorrow you may be vulnerable. Vulnerability keeps shifting. It keeps shifting. So you cannot say for sure that you are not part of this agenda. We are all part of this agenda, and that is why all of us as citizens must participate in it so that we can then reap the benefits of the health sector, the education sector, the infrastructure sector, the political participation, and all that was spoken about this report today. So we should never relax. We should all be proactive and ensure that we make our own contributions. The Commission is available to accept positive criticism and to work together with you as a team. As pointed out by Richard from the Ministry of Gender, Kitty, I think, he said we should work as a team and make our respective contributions so that together we can eliminate discrimination and marginalization in this country. Definitely, there were some gaps that were identified by the author of the report. There are several gaps. It is still work in progress. And that's why I call upon all of us to get together and discuss the subject and not leave it only to the Equal Opportunities Commission, because we are all beneficiaries. We have many stakeholders. As you know, our mandate is so wide, covering private sector, the public sector, religious organizations, the civil society, businesses, and many others. And so together we must move as a team so that we can achieve the major goal of eliminating discrimination in this country and ensuring access to the essential services that are provided by this country, namely education, health, and several others. If we relax, we will not be able to benefit from the little that the government is doing for us. It is a national cake that is there on the table for all of us. But we can only achieve it if the right space is created for everybody. We must all come for it at the same time, ensure that no one is left behind. And so we continue to talk about inclusion, a general inclusion. We may not achieve equality as such, but at least there should be equitable access to the services and the other goods that government continues to provide for all of us as citizens. And so as citizens, we must be responsible and we must do our part. I want to thank also the panel for their comments and criticisms that came out. We take all of them in good faith. We have noted all of them, both from the panel and the audience. There was something particularly that touched me from Sylvia about access to justice, which seems to be lacking in our view. To some extent, I disagree with her. To some extent, I also agree with her. I know it is not 100% access, but definitely a lot is being done in that area of justice, law and order sector. The judiciary as an institution has tried its best to open up courts in all corners of this country. They have posted the right personnel there, the magistrates and the judges, as you know. The EOC, on its part, has got the legal and investigations department that conducts judicial services to our clients in all parts of this country. We have handled thousands of cases. I don't know the exact figure. And we continue to receive complaints from especially the marginalized sections of our society. And we will continue to hear those complaints and pass judgments as we have done. To that extent, we have really tried to make justice affordable. We have made justice available to everybody. We have sensitized the population across the whole country. And increasingly, progressively, the population is getting to know that we provide those services. And so there should be no fear, there should be no regret. We are trying our best, and we call upon you as a stakeholder to come along into this wagon so that we move together, so that we can inform policies and legislations that will ensure easy access of justice, especially to the poor and marginalized rural population. On this note, once again, I want to thank all of you participants for coming for the launch of this report, and to continue urging you to be part and parcel of the Equal Opportunities Commission so that together we may achieve the purpose for which this noble commission was established. I thank you, and when the time comes, please have Johnny Masses.
Thank you very much to our Vice Chairperson for the vote of thanks that you have been able to deliver. And definitely, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for us to go and make sure that we can be able to read through the report and utilize the statistics in the report as much as possible. And just to be able to say bye-bye, I would request that we all stand and take the anthems once again, and immediately after that, we will be able to depart because the minister will be taking on and the chairperson will be taking a brief engagement with the media. Let's take to the tech team with the African anthem. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, to the Honorable Minister. Thank you so much for sparing your time to be with us this morning, transiting into the afternoon. The minister will now go and get joined by the Equal Opportunities Commission Chairperson. Don't worry. It is the season. Okay, Equal Opportunities Commission Chairperson. We will be having an engagement with the media. And for the rest of us, lunch is served. We will be at the upper arch, which is directly above the pool site. The upper area is where we're going to be receiving our lunch. And let's go and utilize the report. Let's go and make use of the statistics and figures, engage with regard to what can be done, giving as much feedback to the Equal Opportunities Commission for the next report that will be coming through. Johnny Masses, may God bless you until we meet again. Thank you.